Happy Friday. Good morning. Another quiet start to the day. Dow's at new all-time highs, up a bit here. Pretty much other things, a little positive. The Russell down a little bit, but I think it's got the most promise if it can break out of the last couple of days range. Yep, zero DTA. The downside seems like it could be a no-brainer, right? Market doesn't go down. It doesn't go down anymore. So the put side should be a no-brainer. And where's my notes? $44.25. Way down here at support. I mean, it's not going down there today. Come on, it shouldn't, right? We all know that. It's the way that it's trading, unless some unexpected news comes out in the middle of the day. Drop down, but I don't know what that means, Ken. So the level 44.25 is down here all the way at the support, which is 2 days ago. McGraw. I don't see that McGraw posted anything. Hector dropped down. McGraw's not here yet. Anyway. Okay, so back to business. So it's grinding up, right? It's been a grind, slow, trading days would whip to the downside, back and forth. And we talked about this slow period here that should have created a launching pad. I don't know. The rocket thrusters seem a little anemic, but maybe it could get going here today. A little bit of a range expansion. During the week, we talked about, I said the last couple of weeks, the difference between corrections back here, which were price corrections here and here, versus what we've had here, the more bullish type of time correction, where prices have gone sideways after a run up. Traders, institutions buying the dip, especially here. This bar was significant because it broke the lows in a more significant way and rallied back up again, which made that low a key level. And of course, the green barn, things got coma-like, around here, doing absolutely nothing. So it's just been a grinder. And so we start the day slow. Still, the hourly's in an uptrend. There's a little void here. So it certainly opens up the door to a possible little downdraft, but the downdrafts have been bought, as you can see here. And we just look back. And that may be, as far as going to this 44.25 for SPX put spread expiring today. Should the market open up and decide to sell off, we would have no reason why it would do that other than to make it interesting. You might be able to go a little lower than that and have all of this protection in front of you. In any event, 44.25 has enough premium. Do whatever spread you want to make it worthwhile. We don't care what SPX is, expiration day. And I think that should be a safe level, unless Mr. Schizo has some, surprises for us, which we never know when he gets into his mood. So lots of support here. So I like that level. As far as on the upside, the open interest in calls up above here are increasing. So option traders are making higher bets that 44.60 and 70 and even 75 are going to eventually get to be at the money and maybe in the money. So those are the bets that are going on here. And that doesn't guarantee they're going there by any means. But the trend is up. And until something changes of it, at least breaking a prior day's low, we assume it's going to continue to go up. Now, breaking the prior day's low and closing below it, that would be obvious. But, as a intraday trader or just monitoring as a swing trade, it's one of the things you can monitor as a swing trade. Like you're in XYZ and, just saying, hey, if this thing goes more than 60% into the prior day's range, let me set an alert there and just be aware of that event that's occurred, because that could be the start of something that you need to pay attention to as a swing trade. We do let things swing as swing trades because the intraday movements may or may not have any significant effect or meaning. But just an arbitrary number of just saying, hey, if it goes down more than 60% into the prior day's range, maybe it means something. So take a look, like here. This was going up and hey, all the way back down to the low. That don't look good. Looks like it's going to go down and we don't know. So you have a decision to make. Do I cut the position in half? Depends on where you entered. If you entered foolishly on this day, but if you entered down here and you've got profits, on a day like this, you may say, hey, you know what? Let me take half off the table and see what happens. Bring my stop to break even. Different adjustments based on where you got in, what's happening, and so on. As ranges get tighter, it's easier to violate support. And when they go sideways like this, breaking below here would be significant because so much accumulation has gone on. And should prices break below this, maybe it happens next week. Like I said, I don't see why it should happen today. You've got traders, institutions now saying, hey, now I had a profit. Now I don't. Let's get out of some of this. Should I buy more? We just watch the charts to see what plays out. All right, Qs. This is where the action was yesterday in a lot of tech stocks. And you say, well, what kind of action, Greg? This looks like a big mess over here. Well, yes, it is. But, you can see this rally, and Apple went up and Microsoft went up and a bunch of other stuff. And yesterday pre-market, I talked about the fact that this had pulled back into the area of support in the rising 20, and it would be an area where prices should turn based on the fact that it's still in an uptrend. It's been showing relative weakness, but still in an uptrend. So, we've got some overhead resistance up there. The weekly chart has just been consolidating after this, whip to the downside and back up. And we look at a pattern like this and say, this should result in a move breaking out above the highs. Right? So far, it's just resting after this type of a day. We don't have any correction bars on the weekly, meaning like this is a correction bar. And it had a big move. It whipped down and came back up. And, historically, you get a resting day or weekly time frame here, and then it goes. It's not going. Now, that it's an observation. It's like I'm taking note of that, and I'm saying, typically this goes. It's taking a longer rest than historically it does. This week is doing pretty much absolutely nothing, trading inside the prior week's range. Is today going to get it going? I don't think so, but thinking is not facts, because it's got to get above these highs to do something of significance. So coming up into this area, how aggressive are institutions on Friday to try and push it significantly above that? We'll see. It had a good day yesterday. Maybe it's just going to flip-flop around. The 5 minute is coming up. You can see into the resistance at 8 o'clock reversal. It's Friday the 13th. All right. I'm going to go see if I can walk under some ladders and find a black cat and really press my luck. All right. That's, hey, maybe, it's a full moon out there and Pluto is rising over some other. I've met people that do that kind of stuff. I met a lady many years ago at Adrian Tokrehe's seminar. She's a trader coach. And the lady there, this is true as true could be. She traded the Swiss franc based on planetary alignments and whatever. I was like, okay, that's interesting, but I don't really want to hear anything about that. And the Russell. That's actually the cleaner chart. It doesn't have the mess that occurred over here. The actual contract that's being traded. But I like this consolidation at this prior pivot high. And I like this bottoming tail bar that took out the lows. Yesterday went nowhere. So the key level, set an alert. If it can get above here, this Russell may, from a short-term trading perspective, may just make one heck of a move up to the top of the range, which you can see it's, look, you can go and look at the actual IWM. It's just been a big mess this whole year. And I've taken note that the weekly is sort of a sell setup. However, one of the things that we've spoken about over the last couple of weeks or so was that a lot of these sell setups that were forming on daily charts, like here, started with wide range bars. And, one of my MTS thought processes is that sell setups that begin with a wide range bar are best left alone, meaning don't short them. If they are going to set up as shorts, they usually do a retest pattern, meaning once it tries to make the turn, it retests that area. And a lot of times it does take out and make a higher high. And that is where it might work out, but not on the first one. And now it's made a third one. And this is, really looked at as kind of like a bear. Well, yeah, like as a bear flag, not much into names, but it's grinding higher with higher highs and higher lows. But, I see the buying the dip. It's got to break out. It's got to break out. And it's not doing that yet. It's trying like hell with some nice rallies. So set an alert, see what happens. And set an alert, down here too, because if it goes back down 3 attempts and it doesn't do it, maybe down to the bottom of the range, but other markets are up. So I'm thinking this could play catch up. The Dow has been leading the way. It was the laggard. Now it's the leader. They bought the dip yesterday, coming up to 35,500. Can they get through it? Who the hell knows? But look at that weekly chart. I mean, this weekly chart looks like it's going to the moon. 36,000 should be a bunt. Look at this head and shoulders type of a bottom, this downside shakeout in that bottoming tail. You don't get a more bullish type of chart that suggests this is going significantly higher. So now we'll see. Look at the stocks that are in it, right? Disney's up a whole bunch. Caterpillar came on strong the last couple of days. So stocks within the Dow, take a look at those. But, several months of consolidation in this type of a pattern suggests it's going up. And Bitcoin. That is bullish, right? When prices run like that, and you get a red bar that says, hey, it's going to come down here to the minor support, and it flips right back up for a bullish 180, that's the same thing as a correction bar. This bar is still forming. We don't know that it's going to be a green bar here. It's that resistance. Sellers might come in and knock it down. But looking at this as if it was on a closing basis, that says it's going to continue to go up. Right? And I got this red marker here as this minor resistance area, but in reality, there isn't much there. Let me get the data scrunched up here. All right, so you can see the momentum move to the downside. Let's scrunch this up, and I'm just going to pick arbitrary 90 minutes to scrunch it up. All these little pivots there kind of make a mess out of it, but you can see that there's a little cluster of area here, and that 50,000 level, just a whole number. So if this can hold on to the gain, I mean, it should push up to 50,000, and it should not go back down below this low. All right, oil. Man, it's interesting. Oil topped out, a couple of weeks ago or so, and it's been wiggling around here. And now, did you hear that on the news? I mean, this is ludicrous. Biden shuts down. One of the first things he does, he shuts down a pipeline, puts thousands of Americans out of work. And now that price of gas is going up, he asked the Saudis to open the spigots. How weak is that? I mean, what a loser. Enough of it. Okay. Stay away from this for now. It's trying to rebuild weekly chart. It's kind of messy. Gold recovering from this nasty drop into the support there to the left. It'll come up to form no wide range bars here coming off of the low. This is a technical recovery. Let's see what happens as it comes here. Does it roll back over? Silver, just kind of hanging around here, not doing very much. And now it's support, so maybe this starts to rebuild again. And interest rates up at a level where they should stall. Right? It's been a positive. The weekly chart looks really great. Right? So this should be able to go up. And transports look, I was going to say great, but they don't look great. They look great from the fact that they retested and the depth of retracement here. So now we got another larger range green bar, which is supportive of thinking the transports are going to go up. And if the transports are going to go up and the Dow is going to go up, Dow theory says we're still in a bull market and everything is wonderful. And tech is lagging, but maybe it starts to play some catch up again, and everything just looks terrific. This looks like it had this pullback pattern. It was a rather deep. It's something that I bought on this day. This was an oh my God day when it was red, of course, right? But now it's a bottoming tail correction bar. It should go up, right? Internals, I don't know where they are here. You see, this is all blank. This is some, I don't want to download eSignal's newest, latest, greatest version, but they've done something that stopped working. And I have to contact internals. There we go. I've got a few things on here. So this is coming down to the bullish though. They've been buying more bearish bets, put options. And that from a contrarian point of view, we think that's a good thing, right? Now they're getting skeptical about the markets going up and they're making bearish bets. They're hedging. Breath. I guess that's this, I usually only have two things. I believe this is the breath one. It's neutral, doesn't tell us anything. It's got room to go up.
Greg, we don't see what you're showing.
Oh. Okay, because I had it detached. Let me attach it. When I attach this for some reason, everything gets messed up. It becomes a giant chart. I'd have to
that's what I was telling you yesterday about the put call rising was bullish, right?
Yeah. So it's not rising on mine, as I said, because I have it inverted.
Oh, no. I don't care about yours. I care about they were buying puts in a strong market.
And trying to fix this and time is clicking here. Wow. I can't scrunch it enough. You know what? You start, Dan, and I'll fix this and I'll just post a link to it after I fix it.
All right. So our opens are fine. We have a couple 0 DTEs. I posted a couple new 0 DTE watches. Spiders, diamonds, Qs all look fine. You know, we'll watch in the first 10, 15, 30 minutes as always. Rocket Man, gap breakout. That's a put spread idea. Dash, gapping down, call spread idea. Myrna, 0 DTE, 10-minute high, put spread idea. Disney, I know it's a big old bullish gap, but you know, that's a huge gap for a big Dow company. So 30-minute low, I'd consider a call spread on that. Airbnb, bearish gap down, that's a call spread idea. SMHs and NVIDIA, put spread ideas. All right, so I'm looking at, well, Greg, what do you just want to talk on the internals?
No.
All right. All right, so breadth, yeah, and I told you that yesterday, that breadth in last month getting climactic. You know, we got to go back and back test those. I know you like them in alignment with put call, but I think when it gets that excessive, that's an exception there. Every single time I've seen a very tradable bounce there. So yeah, they're all right. So, all right, I gave you a couple there. Qualcomm, I have an alarm from yesterday already, 147.80, but that could be a swing over yesterday's high. XLC, yeah, I like that for the weekend ETF letter. This thing kept down to 18 bucks. That's an ugly gap. No great pattern. SP, this was a buy setup, bullish engulfing. And see, when things get climactic like this, you got to let them settle down. And it did. And yesterday was a good setup over today's high. Now it's gapping over it. So we'll keep an eye on that. The stock, remember it gapped up here the other day, and I said, you know what, let's watch it. And because the gap was so big, then preferably it will take a week or two to set up, and that could very well be happening right now. J&J, Apple, yeah, J&J was on my list yesterday. Yep. Yeah, breakout daily, weekly, all-time highs. It looks fantastic. Apple, I was talking about all morning long yesterday to ad nausea, how strong Apple and Microsoft were. They were, for some reason, just going in lockstep. Look at Microsoft's 15-minute chart. Look at that. Crazy similarity. You know, and then we talked about breadth a lot. Myrna, we talked about space. This was one right before I went to lunch. I said we had a couple minute discussion where I said this was an exception to my rule of not taking new trades over lunch. I said this one you could short the new low, and that worked out beautifully. CRCTs. Wow, that's getting whacked. 26 bucks. That's a mess. Romeo, nice gap breakout. Was this the one that has earnings next week? Yeah. Earnings are on 8/16. Otherwise, I would post this. I would post this as a core long, folks. This could be one of those trades where if we nail the entry, well, I take that back. That core, the monthly is not a core setup, but nevertheless, for a swing trade, if it can take out a 30-minute high, but it has earnings next week. Dunking, nice close yesterday. Nice close. This looks like a day trade long, and also it'll be a beautiful 1, 2, 3 if it sets up. LAZR looks like a 30-minute low short. It had earnings and is doing nothing. It's bearish daily, weekly. Look at that. That easily could go to 15 bucks. Why not? So I like that a lot. Laser. Put that in the window. Chewy, we were looking at yesterday for a put spread. Has room for a swing too. Let's watch that 30-minute high. Figs was a bullish setup, but earnings, it's gapping down on earnings, messing up the pattern. VIAV, I can't tell where it's gapping because no volume, but that's a bearish close. SWR way down here to 16, so it's kind of falling off a cliff. We'll come back to you. CRCT, ugly gap. Oh, I think we looked at that one already. LIVX, 30-minute high maybe. Hey, detective. LTCH had a deep retracement, gapping down to 10 bucks. Let's see what it does. 30-minute high maybe. Blob, that's no pattern. SSPI, no pattern. That's weak. All time frames, looks horrible. I was going to say Zip was up a lot more earlier. Bullish gap in the all-time highs. Sold Zip Recruiter. All right, so I got my thumbnails here. Disney's coming in. That's the one I said could be a call spread, but it's just too dangerous entering those earnings stocks this quickly. Rocket Man, I mentioned 10-minute high put spread. Fangs, Apple is continuing its strength. Amazing. Cream yesterday, we were talking about this amazing 15-minute chart. Look, that is a beautiful late day breakout setup. Up on the day, bullish consolidation, price void, afternoon breakout. I did mention it a few times, and now you got 100% retracements. Wow. I mean, there's no pattern right now, but that's a watch. Dash here, slash into a new low. A laser I mentioned is a continuation short, but see, it's fallen too much already. Look, it's already fallen 70 cents on a $17 stocks, pretty big percent, but that sure looks lower. I said weekly 15, I see no problem with it. Yeah, Rooney, we're definitely watching as we do every expiration day, in particular on Fridays, but we never trade in the first 5 minutes. And particularly with the run up and the gap, we just gotta watch here for a little bit, see how things settle down. They usually set up within the first 30 minutes. But yeah, trust me, we're on it. All right, Airbnb, that's a nasty gap. 152s, but you know, I just know these spreads are going to be ludicrous. Actually, not too bad. The problem is there's no juice. The 152.50s, 0 DTE, 21.25. So not enough juice, and I'm not doing next week this early. On Dash, I said, was another call spread, and shoot, they're just when they fall too fast. I see Myrna selling off, but I gave that 10-minute high. Dash 192s, 15 cents by 30. Going out to next week, 195, 83 by 117. But we'll come back to you. Rocket Man here, bottom right. Rocket Man, I gave the 17.14 put, 10-minute high. Let's see what he looks like now. And these would be for next week. They suck the juice out too much. Yeah, that's the problem. NVIDIA's alarm. So I already lost your name. Anul. Oh, right there, Aruni. Greg just gave 42.25. SPX. Greg, that doesn't sound right. I think you mean 44.25. 42 is way the heck down here. Although I know that
44.25.
Yeah. And how much is it?
Right now it's 35 cents by 45 cents. Just
For
pick
how-
something so wide it makes money. Doesn't matter how wide.
All right, so all of my watch list items are moving in the right direction, but they're kind of going, they've moved too much. Disney, let's see what the 188s are. The 190s, 42 cents. $10 wide, 40 cents. But you know, you gotta have a stop the day's high. I'm gonna wait. All right, Apple came in a little bit. Microsoft still holding strong. Google put spread. Google, if you can get any juice. Netflix and the things. Nice base here. Let me check Netflix too. 0 DTE. Netflix, you know, 507.50 would be ideal. $30 by 50. That is a massive spread for Netflix. Wow, he is usually tighter than that. Put it, Rooney. We sell puts below under support. And so that, Rooney, that question scares me. You know, number one, you need to understand what you're doing. Number two, dealing with SPX options is dealing with a race car. If you know, we'll take time when things slow down, but please do not do anything that you don't not fully understand. Google. 2720 would be ideal. $50 by 75. So even going $20 wide. Is like there's nothing. I wonder if Netflix is in the news because I was shocked at those spreads. All right, NVIDIA triggered long directional. Absolutely, Boston. Give me the numbers, but without a doubt. Laser at the low, I mentioned. Absolutely, I'd want to do, 196, 197. There's just not a good juice. The 196 spot 88 cents because they're weird strikes now. 20 by 22. I just don't think 22 cents, and that's naked. It's worth the risk to have a little, afternoon tantrum, whatever. Oh, Netflix, you are rocking. Space bouncing from its gap, but no pattern. Oh, dunking. Hey, donking setting up our 1, 2, 3 for Monday if it closes here. eBay, no pattern, but it's moving up. Zoom, we have a put spread, expires today. Whirlpool, doing fine for next week. Snow we did, that's, oh, snow. Looks like a 1, 2, 3 for Monday also. But we have a put spread, 267. Snow, oh, we did it for next week though. All right, so snow is fine. It was 0 DTE of Doffel up alarm. Zoom. Oh yeah, our Netflix stopped out yesterday. Shoot. Or 505. SMHS, I gave a 0 DTE. I'm sorry, I gave a put spread over yesterday's high, but it's actually lagging. It's lagging the sector. Oh, Doffel, nice. Yeah, well, look at transports just broke out on the 15-minute chart.
Wow. Dan, bring up, I don't know if this is right or not. Bring up uh NDX option table. 0 date expiration. I don't know if I'm looking at something wrong because this probably so, because it looks too good to be true.
All right.
I mean, I'm seeing premium and puts down to 14,800.
For today.
Yeah.
Fourteen 60 by 120. That's too spready for me.
Spready. Maybe something closer when they're all spready.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it. Yeah, no, boss, on that was that we didn't get our credit yesterday.
I've never done these, so I don't know. So how much does a spread really matter if something's so far away and it's expiring today, Dan?
It doesn't unless it goes against you, and then you're gonna be bitching worse than you can imagine. It's just gonna magnify your loss trying to get out. But no, you get filled on the bid, that's a guarantee. But you can also obviously see if you can get filled at midpoint and then just keep adjusting down 10 cents at a time.
Mhm.
But there's your answer.
I mean, this pattern could take out yesterday's low, but it would be a real odd type of thing to happen, that pattern. I mean, it could be a measured move to the downside. I mean, typically, if it fails, you're just going to get a red bar today that could close under yesterday's low, which is 14,956.25. So this premium under that, well under it. They're not that active, that's for sure. Well, we'd only do it, Steve, because thinking that in no way is it going down there. But like 14,880, which is down near the prior pivot low from July. Those puts are 90 cents by 215. It's a very wide spread. And only 2 contracts traded today. 890, 10 contracts traded. So obviously it's not that popular a instrument. But they have 0 date expiration. I'm surprised they're not more active. Q's whip back up. on the SPY and the S&P.
There's what McGraw just sent me. Rocket Man at the high. That looks fine for a day trade, even swing. Target 1950-ish. KBH and Toll are still on my long list. Qualcomm, my alarm didn't go off, USOB. I had an alarm at 147.80. SPY ripping here, look upper right. Q's ripping. Another crazy action. John, yeah, give me the numbers. But yeah, had a beautiful close yesterday. Definitely. We could do 7/10s. Yeah, 7/10s are juicy. Let's look at 700. That should do 705, 685. So that's $20 wide, only 34 cents. It looks like a directional. Or we can do one for next week, John. I mean, that was a beautiful reversal yesterday. Let's go to next week. Let me check earnings, of course. We're at the tail end of earnings now, 10/20. So, I mean, 690, 660, 277. Let's do that. Let's do next week. 690. Oh, that's $20. That's $30 wide. Let me try 70. I mean, it's up to you how wide to go. I like that. I like that. 685, 675. There you have it. I like that. Because it's farther away, so it's less delta, and we're taking in less money, but that's okay.
Yes, for sure. Just send it and take care of it.
Jets new low. Marijuana new low. I think that's because people smoke pot on airplanes. They're kind of correlated sectors.
You can get arrested for that, too.
Well, it depends who you are.
Yeah, that's true. You remember there used to be ashtrays on airplanes, then they screwed them shut. That's how you know they're a real old plane.
Yeah, and then they have a smoking section and you're right behind the guy and it's like WTF.
Mm.
I heard one comedian one time because it was so friggin' true. It's like having a no smoking section on an airplane is like having a no peeing section in the pool. It's identical. Greg, like I said, this thing, man, this looks like a directional. Oh, one of you asked about Microsoft directional, sorry. It's at the top end of the range. Yesterday, I liked Apple better as a directional just because it cleared resistance more. If they close here, they both look higher. We got a just crazy market here again. Oh, I was watching Stephanie Pomboy on CNBC today. She runs Macro Maven, and she's a smart gal. I actually met her, Greg, through David Tice at a conference one time, John Malden concert. Conference, not concert. And she was saying, she points to data. And she says, look, the stock market's gone up $9 trillion. She says the GDP has only gone up 300 billion. So she said that's 30 times, the stock market went up 30 times higher than GDP. And then she said earnings have gone up. I'm trying to get her numbers right. Earnings have gone up half that. So have gone up 15 trillion instead of 30. I mean, billion, 15 billion. And she says, therefore, the market has gone up 60 times earnings, right? Does that make sense to you all? So this 9 trillion of excess that we've added in I don't know if it was the last year or since the beginning of the year, I missed that stat. She's saying fundamentally the 9 trillion increase isn't justified, using those two things. But she did say, but she says, I'm not smart enough to tell you when this party's going to end, so don't fight it. Yeah, thing, but it's something to keep in the back of your mind. But am I fading market strength, relying on that? Absolutely not. But it's just an interesting fact, of many of the stimulus and just it's crazy rally. That's all. All right, Dash. It's a mess. You grow. That was on the list yesterday. You need a big stop, and it's not a pattern I like. And MJ is still weak, so no. Would I enter? Look at MJ. That's nasty. Tilray cracking after another upside shakeout. Your Cron, Janet, turned out to be a great short. All right, Myrna coming in. So let's just we aren't going to get the credit now if it takes out the 10-minute high. So I'm just going to cancel that. I hear you saying, so have I. In fact, you've heard me tell you about my conversations with my brother. He's been bullish. He started bugging me around May and June. And I'm like, no, and unless we get a significant sell-off, I don't trust this market long term, but I've been wrong and he's been right. But I also, just for fairness for me, I said, are you going to use a stop loss? So if you just want to trade a bullish pattern, breakout, this and that, and trail gains and all that, I'm totally fine with. And he says, no, I don't use stop losses. And I'm like, well, then you're on your own. I'm not poor long in this market. I'll trade it, but I'm not a buy and holder at these levels. It ain't my bag. All right, Roku, I see here. Wow. That continues to look ugly. Ooh, look at WIT. We got into that yesterday. Nice little WIT. Oh, no, we didn't. I said do it over 870. I'm not in it either. I just checked. I had an order in though. FT, I'm not, I don't know if you're day trading or swing trading. It's not an ideal entry here at the 200, but the 15-minute chart looks horrible. I would have preferred a 15-minute low. It's not a swing pattern. What would you call that? I mean, the only thing you can call it is a continuation breakdown in a nasty downtrend, but I don't like that it's so far sold off from July's high and on the 200. It does look horrible, but it's just not a great entry as a first swing. Day trade, like I said, 15-minute would have been good. I'm not saying it won't work. I'm just telling you what's on my brain. And laser week, Disney call spread would have worked so far. Boeing got slapped right down. Look at Jets. Man, this poor sector also can't bounce. Our Slav is never triggered. I'm gonna go ahead and cancel that. Splunk looks great for Monday. Breakout, daily, weekly. This kind of mess has healed itself. I think it's going to be another boring day now based on the morning action.
Triple the position size.
Do you see any zero DTs? I've been looking.
SPX.
No, I don't like that one for the subscribers only in here. Remember this AI bottoming pattern I was watching that can't get off the mat? I see JP Morgan. Well, they're extended. Yeah, I'd be taking my profits on banks. Fiverr. Chewy moved up.
What about, does IWM have zero, dude?
It's Friday.
So
It
it's
just
falling, it's
doesn't-
falling like a rock into support here. How far away can you get?
Look. $2.20s are 29 cents right now, 27 cents. But that's 220. That's not very far at all. Well, it's the week's low. Under the week's low. It's actually a sell setup on the weekly. What do you mean finally perking? They've been perking all week long. So 220 is too tight, right?
I just bought the futures, IWM. That's a scalper trade. 220. I don't know. It's below the bottoming tail bar.
Right.
It should be all right. Starting to turn right now.
Well, now it's
I don't know. It might fail and go down to the prior low at 220.50.
yeah, that's well.
The futures, which encompasses the overnight trading, there is some support right here. We can wait and see if it makes another dive down at that level.
Google 2720 here. 25 by 45. That is nothing. A Rooney, do I have a short idea on IWM? No, it's a big trading range mess. Greg bought it as just a scalp. But no, to short it, no, I don't have any ideas.
Yeah. I just did it. It fell down into, that support level, and there was a 1 minute turn. So it's not something to think, okay, it may bounce big, it may be, but the other level, it could make one more drop. So yeah, it's just a scalp. It may go down to, 220.50. And I think at that point,
Right,
even greater buying.
that's what I would like to.
I don't know if it'll get there. Diamonds, what a mess. Ripped a new high, got crushed back down. No boating this weekend, huh, Dan?
No. No, I look at the weather every morning and yeah, it's solid rain.
Selling some of this Russell futures. Now it's a counter trend trade, just kind of semi-climactic, not looking for anything big. Gold's on a tear.
Uh, well, over today's high, it would. We don't.
No. It's got to take out a prior bar's low. You can just count bars, but what is taught in the course shows a correction bar.
Yeah, Bharat has earnings, so we don't hold over earnings unless we don't mind it as a core long. Airbnb. Crazy. Remember, asked me a Bumble yesterday, that crazy move. Dash, breakdown failure on the 15th. Wow, things are messy. That Disney call spread, I guess chickened out on, but would have worked. Oh, coin. Would be a put spread. 0 DTE. $255, 35 by 45 is all. AMC, GME, nothing. The Google I liked and Netflix, but there was just no juice. Jeez, Greg, look at Netflix now. This thing gave me a headache yesterday, and it better not give me a headache today.
You're showing Tesla.
Right, that's what I mean. Tesla puts, yeah. I gave a put spread for next week. And now I got a 180 reversal there. I mean, it's still fine, but you know what I'm saying? It's just I'm starting to see a lot of weirdness. A Bassa Microsoft new high, that's on a tear again. That's a strong 15-minute chart. I don't know what's going on there. Well, Aruni, there's not enough juice. And you know, we're worried about the ratio of pleasure to pain. So if we sell a 255, 240, what do you say? 235. Well, there's no reason to go to 235 because you can get the same credit going higher. So let's do $10 wide. So $10 wide is 35 cents right now, Rooney. And stop would be yesterday's low. So that's the question. Do we think Q's new high? Amazing. Microsoft, I'm sure, is helping. So Rooney, the analysis we have to make is this a compelling enough pattern where we think the probability of it closing above yesterday's low in 6 hours is high enough for 35 cents a share, which has now dropped to 30 cents a share. That's actually not a bad gap and pullback right here. So, I mean, there's no right answer. What do you all think? What do you think, Greg? Is that worth 30? Now it's 25 cents. Is that worth the risk? Because if this fails and turns around and takes this out, you know, you're easy. Now it's back to 30. You're easily going to be at 2 or 3x your loss.
What's the probability of that happening?
That's what I'm asking as a group. What do you think? Is it
I
worth
don't
30?
think it's going to happen.
So you like it for 30 cents, $10 wide?
I don't think it's going down under that prior low. I mean, so I look at the pattern. I look at what patterns like that typically do. And they typically don't fail like that the same day. And that's all we're doing. Will it eventually go down? Maybe. Certainly could. But that 15-minute pattern typically doesn't break down below that low today.
All right. Well, then.
I mean, it's been going down, right? A couple of days, you know, it came down pretty in a nasty way. It's on some support. It had a day of consolidation yesterday. Now it's gapped up. There were buyers in the gap fill. So I think it's a reasonable, you know, the analysis is reasonable. That's all you can do. You know, if the next half hour there was a gigantic red bar going down, I'd say, well, it didn't work.
Well, but it's the analysis of the pattern coupled with the premium that we're getting for it.
Well, I think 30 cents for one day, is reasonable.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking one day here. I mean, they're not giving away stuff here in this market. And to say, you're going to get $1 on some kind of credit spread with one day to expiration. I mean, if the VIX was way up high, yeah, maybe you would, but and then today. And NASDAQ's pretty strong. It's coming up near some resistance here, but it's pretty strong. So you've got that on your side. Just generally that sellers are not going to be aggressive today. Not in tech land.
Let's see how far we can get for next week. Yeah, Qs are on fire. Look at Microsoft. So what, Greg, it had earnings today, so we got that out of the way. What about selling? What about selling 235 puts naked right down here for $1? Take ownership. Yeah, Qualcomm looks fantastic. Yeah, that would have been nice. Yeah, I like AMD. Let's check this. Yeah, hey, our SMHs are hitting too. Yeah, semis are moving. Actually like, well, I gave SMHs as a put spread. This does a small retest, so it's kind of built some support over time, and now it's trading over the high. The only question would be, do you want to wait for the close or do it now? So Greg, your rule about triggering already, has this triggered, or is this one where we don't know how it's going to close?
Was there a setup yesterday?
A buy setup, slop one.
So if a red trading above a red bar with that pattern, that's triggered, that means it's already done. I mean, you can do it. So if that is a setup that you would have recommended.
No, it's not, because of the tail Wednesday.
Okay, so that's your personal thing. And so you're the one giving the trade. If that's not, then today has to be complete or near complete.
Right, so I'm going to give it as a put spread now and watch it as a...
I think that's a bad put spread candidate.
Really?
100%.
Why?
First of all, it's a directional. And if it doesn't work, you're going to get slammed.
No, because the midpoint's 75 cents. I'll use the 1x.
Which is what strike?
105, 100.
Up to you. You get some surprise on Monday, you know, you're going to get crushed.
Well, I mean,
That's just the beginning of a turn
right,
in the
but-
middle of nowhere.
right. But I mean, that's the biggest concern to me. And that's why I said, well, at least it went sideways for 3 days and it's closing above them. This, for a put spread, I feel better about SMHs.
Again, depends on how far away. If you told me it was down there at $250, which I highly doubt, but trading below that prior bottoming tail bars low, if that's going to inflict pain on you, don't even think about it.
Well,
That's my point of view.
well, it's not as far as you want, but I was still impressed. For me, the 255s using this.
You know what? Your trading plan, what you like to do. For me, I see something like that. If it closes well, it's a directional trade. I know it came down rather hard vertically, so I'd share size it below the 50 MA and see what wiggles and see if it can build another day or get going. But I mean, unless your put spread and now, you know, part of the discussion yesterday with, you know, the advisory letter, if you had to go out another week to get below 250, now that starts to make sense because you've got a week and a half or whatever to see what's going on without, again, I don't know what those premiums would go to, but I'm thinking, you know, you've got that time premium that you've paid for, and that's going to help keep it elevated where, not elevated, it's going to keep the pain from being too dramatic because you've got that extra time. And so even if it moves down a bit, you know, it's kind of like a directional. I share sizer for that. I know what my max loss is and so on. Credit spread's different animal. But anyway, with the extra time, I'm assuming that it's not going to react as quickly as one expiring in a few days. And, you know, if something unexpected happens that isn't, you know, like a monster unexpected, you can manage it. Whereas if it only has a few days, you know, it's better to just kill it and move on.
All right, I'm fine with that rationale.
You know, with things that for the weekly options trader, you know, I prefer having things that have created a bit of larger bottoms, you know, not a 2-day reversal, because even though that's in an uptrend, could easily wiggle under a prior day's low. And you know, as for a swing trade, it's like, okay, that's no big deal. But as a credit spread trade, you know, you feel, you know, the choker's starting to get tight because of the reward to risk. So I want more of a defense line, not something where, you know, all right, it could just be a wiggle. That would actually, if it went down under that bottoming tail bars low and then reversed, of course, it would be even a better setup. And then I could say, okay, why not do a weekly options trade?
Right.
You know, that it's got 3 or 4 days left, because now you've got a shakeout. Once you've got the shakeout, you know, you kind of got it locked as best you're going to get.
So John, we're adjusting it, as you can read right here. Based on this discussion.
Everybody in the room following this discussion, because this is good stuff, understanding price patterns and probabilities of setups working. If you don't, we're happy to explain further. So, yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Oh, wait, shit, it's August 27. My bad, folks, it's August 27. I didn't add 7 days to it.
so this 2-bar reversal, we know that these kind of patterns, as we see, the angle of retracements is pretty steep versus, that's really steep. But we see things that come down with less of a sharp angle. So that doesn't mean we can't do it. It's on support. It is in an uptrend. It's starting to bottom out here. So for a short credit spread idea, something close to that, you just, let's call it a Dirty Harry trade. Let's call it an Alka-Seltzer trade. It's just too nervous for me. But if we went out a week and we've got that cushion of time premium, where we can go lower and get enough premium. So look, Dan, I know if we go lower, you're going to get less premium, but you're buying time. So even though, say for the weekly options trader, if we were going to do something and say, okay, 30 cents, like the coin thing, 1 date expiration, great. But for the swing and advisory letter, if we said, hey, we're going to go down here and we're only going to get 30 cents, but if it tickles down here a little bit, the probability of more buyers coming in, or if we actually had the turn bar, but look, let's just stick with this idea. We go down here and, premiums become less, but there's time where we can get that extra premium because we're buying time. That's okay. We're not going to go crazy for, a pattern like this, which could take out this low and flip right back up again. And then at that point, if it did it, that's an all out directional. At that point, I think you got to shift to either just buying the stock or doing a debit spread or even a call if it's liquid. Right, so below 255, right? If that is expiring, I guess next week, not going to be today. Yeah, I mean that's what I said. Is it below 250? In the 50 MA. So you got a lot of space there. And so with credit spreads, most think all or nothing. Right? What's your all or nothing? Is it 10 contracts? Is it 20 contracts? Is it 5 contracts? You can do half of that because I get what you're saying, George. So you say, okay, there's whatever premium there is, but the probability of this pattern eventually working out to go up because it's in an uptrend and everything we know, rising MAs is pretty good. But with the credit spread, it's like, we just don't want it to go down. It could jiggle around all at once. So again, and again, you say it's not enough for your money. I get it. So if you reduce the number of contracts, it's not that much, but with the intent to add or whatever. If there are much better ideas out there, why bother? This is just a discussion about this and how we could handle it. And, for Dan and I, the difference between a point of view as to the weekly options trader versus the advisory swing and options trader, which we're looking for option trades, a little further out.
Yep. Yeah, the anyway. Yeah, one of those like, but no problem. No, no, no. It's 3 days. If they want to speak this week, but you know. I mean, like, it's on the hoodie. I mean, it's in the hoodie. You can't shoot it, but no, it's not the one for the.
Yeah, that's what I just posted. Bharat. No, I corrected it. I typed it and I verbally said it. Oh, okay. Yeah, Thane, I actually watched it also. But yeah, it is amazing. All right, sectors here, XLP breaking out. XAR weak, rolling over. It's military. Gold. Hey, Greg, remember your Tasty Boys shorted this at the dead low. Remember, I said I've never seen them start off one of their things of, oh, it's down 18 standard deviations, so let's go ahead and short it. XLB holding well. Hack is a 1, 2, 3, but not a good one. MJ, we know is horrible. Ether. Bharat, there's nothing wrong with that. So, oh, 250. No, you can't get two. Oh, look at that SMH. Two. There's nothing wrong with that. 255, but that's what our whole discussion was about, folks. Were you not listening? I had 255, and that's when Greg piped in, and we had a 10-minute talk on this subject, you all. But I'm personally okay with 255 because, you know, if it closes strong, stop yesterday's low and then look for a new setup if this turn fails. Splunk, or that's Snow rather. We haven't put spread. It looks fantastic. I like them both. Splunk and Snow. They both have earnings 825. Let me check Splunk put spread. Cream, a small little bear sandwich there. Qualcomm, if it closes here, looks great. XLC. Ooh, Romeo bullish gap got slammed. Dunking is a 1, 2, 3 for Monday. If it closes right here. Lazar, I mentioned as a short this morning. Looks horrible. Swear I mentioned this morning. See if it can hold the 200 and wham to the penny. It looks like. Well, the problem is there's no pattern here, but yeah, incredible 15-minute chart. Look at Rocket. Rocket's a bear sandwich on the 15. Looks higher. I would just prefer, the market strength, but this kind of looks like it's on its own page today. But that's a bear sandwich right there. Well, I said pre-market 1950 to the 200. Uh, 60-minute chart. Yeah, but yeah, a day trade target, I have no idea. Swing target, like I just said, 1950 to 20. LZ recent IPO. Wow, this thing. Wow. Do you remember that company many, many years ago called tradingrange.com? And they would sell you alerts in the top of the bottom. This is an amazing range. Top of the range, slammed. Bottom of the range. I mean, it did bounce here, but now you got a big tail. That was a bullish gap failure. That's what we call the bullish gap that varies. Dash filled the gap. That's amazing. There's our coin. Hey, remember lemonade from yesterday? I think lovely Rita mentioned this, and that would have been a beautiful late day breakdown. And now I said the weekly had room. Still looks lower, but you're getting on board a moving train. There, MYOV, there's 1, 2, 3. I like that. Light volume, 47,000. There's a 1, 2, 3, CDNS, I like that. IT. It's bullish, all-time highs. TJX, still worth buying over the highs. Wix, this thing, it needs to accelerate to make a bottom. Yeah, that thing looks ugly. Sina, I have an alarm. There's our Ether coin. All right, so it's, it's bottoming. There's a couple rejections up there, Scott. Oh, Scott, your drop down also. That little drop down, change it to everyone. Scott's asking about pen. I like the 20 MA rolled up. I like that all these are in the upper 80% of this, but for directional, they just can't get going. So I would like it as a put spread. $68 would be ideal for next week. 35 by 41. Could sell it naked, and that's the bet you're making. No, Rich, I have not done that because I don't believe it. Unless you're doing a bull call diagonal, where then you're reducing your cost basis over time, similar to a covered call. That's the only difference between a covered call and a bull call diagonal, is that you're using an in the money longer dated call as a substitute for long stock. Netflix. No, smart boys, not poor boys, smart boys. So I think this could be a put spread for next week. Look how many times it's held this area. I got good juice. 1019. Do the 505. Yeah, that's right. We were watching that one yesterday. I remember. Well, there is a void, but I don't do 1, 2, 3s thing far from the 20. Just, but if you're trading the weekly chart, it as a void. So I would just personally, I would just trail prior bars lows. Too late for me. I mean, if you're in it, I'd be happy and be going into trail mode. But there's no swing pattern to get on board. All right, Odafel is trail stop in here at a profit. Little Duffel, we sold a third in there. 15-minute bars low right here, 279.38. All right, detective. Yeah, I actually have to run out right now though to run some errands, but yeah, when I get back, we can look at it. All right, sounds good. All right, so I gotta go. I got some appointments, gotta go to. So I will see you all in a bit.
Sure, detective.